Okay, that should be it. Let's get started. So to be fair, I have done a few things. I haven't done anything major. Most of it was just different approaches towards level design. For the most part, everything is still pretty much the same. I was approaching, have it right here. I was just messing with some lighting and occlusion performance jacks. Don't need it at the moment because this map is pretty bare, but I just wanted to see like what results I would get from this. You can see these are already baked on. Could be more than one. That one. Ah, there it is. So these are lighting bakes. Basically, you can always just use these as a way to save on lighting calculations. One sec, just closing down extra stuff. But yeah, I don't think we're going to be doing any A sprite stuff today. No, we don't need. Okay. These are always pretty cool. Basically, it's just storing the light calculations, and then it just handles that. I posted a short. It doesn't fit this map, so you're not going to see it here, but I actually got some prefabs created, some meshes done for waterfalls and things like that. Pretty cool. I think on the next map, so I had changed, I goofed around. Instead of using this grass, I used some more high fidelity grass to keep in tune with like this stuff, but we hit some performance caps real fast, right? Like low poly is just better for that purpose of prototyping. We can just have fun and not have to start doing stuff like this too early. Like this is great once we're out of this stage. So those comments about changing the map around or going into level designs proper, I'm gonna have to put those on the back burner for a little bit until we actually get most of the game's functions running, which is the purpose of this map. The purpose is to have a playground to just get basic functions, hence the term prototype. Sorry, but that's what it's gonna have to be. In this one, oh, well, actually in the last one, I wanted to, oh, actually, let's just test to see if anything is broken first. I'm going to get an error the first time I run it. So we just gotta, wait, what? That's different. We always get an error oh, whoops. Forgot, I have had Unity open for a while. You can tell it's more of an autumn color at this point now, so I did goof around with a couple of things. So this is more autumn versus before with spring. I did not change the leaves to give off different colorations for autumn. Like I said, I was just goofing around with a whole bunch of different things. But we did change the materials around, and it gives a more muted kind of color. All right. So, and then also I've had to take some time to really think about like the way the art was going to go for the characters. But that's not what we're going to be working on today. This is going to be a very, so last time I said that I was going to be working on two systems that I felt a lot of developers could benefit from learning. So I'm going to take a second. This format on livestream doesn't really work well with explaining this, because then somebody could jump on way later, which is probably what's going to happen, and not know what the heck is going on. But for those who do start from the very beginning, By the end of this, I'm going to be working on 2 systems effectively. I'm going to be working on many things, but the goal is to get these 2 systems done today. One is called a broker visitor pattern, and it's a broker visitor system. So you're going to take from this, if anything, I'm going to be making it very generic. You could probably use it in your own project, but you kind of want to make your own for your own project, because there's going to be little things that you might want to track in your project. But the design principles behind it are stuff that you'll be able to carry wherever you want. Right? I really like the bar. The next thing we're going to be working on is stats, because I want to start filling out this bar properly. And I wanted to hit the shader a little bit, because I think I wanted to apply a shader to these to give off different effects for each one. I'm not sure yet, right, if we want to go that far with it. Okay. So some of the mechanical parts or the code parts that I have messed with that you haven't seen over the last, it's really tiny stuff. So I added in this hitbox script. You'll notice that it's a component that's been added on. The rest of this, if you have been paying deep attention, has not changed. That's partially because I already had an animator on this, and so I just didn't want to take the sphere collider off because the animator is handling the sphere collider. So instead I just put a hitbox on this, instead of creating another object with the hitbox on it, right? So this is what the hitbox has in it. So it has 2 calls, or it's just passing back basically the stuff that it's going to get in here. We also do an initialize and a deinitialize for it, right? And we have on trigger enter and on exit, and we also have our validate. So this validate code is really just the code that was originally in the weapon base. We just took that, put that here, and then we did this, right? And so now whenever we go to weapon base, when we equip a weapon, it's going to want to check to see if it has a hitbox, this weapon. And if it does, then it'll check with this. So now, why is this a good thing? Well, when we implement magic or just other methods, abilities, it could be whatever, just some method, we don't want the hitbox to need to have a weapon base on it, because a fire spell might not come from a weapon, right? So, but it still could have a hitbox. So that's basically what this is. Whatever it is that cares about when we enter a trigger, it can get informed from this. And the way that we do that is we just connect to it through this right here. Right? Same way when we unequip, we deinitialize, and we also do that. Right? We're doing a little thing that's proprietary to our system, which is to pass in this integer, which is the owner's ID. Again, this is something that is set up from inside of get combatant. But yeah, that's basically the only thing that I've been changing around. I'm not going to get into combat manager, because we've done that before. Okay, so now going up a level, just to explain like the overview. There's going to be another system, probably number 3, that's going to have to be made. And that's going to be our characters, or maybe even the game's event system, which is probably going to be going through what's called an event bus. More than likely, right? But it's more than just setting up a series of events or actions or funks, whatever. We're going to be creating the whole system. So we're going to be making wrappers for the events. We're going to be passing through the events. And we're going to be handling the events in a more concise way. Uh, okay. So, all right. Okay. All right. So this one is going to be more of a code intensive video. As in, we're going to be starting off by fleshing out our stat system because that's just easier to approach first. And then that's going to naturally force us to start building into the broker visitor system, right? And to make the stats, we're going to be using scriptable objects, but we're going to also be using a lot of inheritance because our stats are going to be different for this game. All right. They're not going to just be, well, most of them are not going to just be stats go up. I was serious in the thumbnail about stonks. It's going to be complicated. All right. I think I had originally these scripts. Yeah, there we go. So we had last time we had made an addressable system for our scriptable objects. And then I believe we were also in the middle of making actor. Where is it? If we can just go to player and find it. Yeah, actor data. So I had the time to think about this. I think it's a good thing to make the stat manager. Right? And so yeah, let's do that. There we go. Reason is that Stat Manager is going to be doing quite a few things, right? So when we do go into actor data, what we actually want is to do something like this. One sec.
Get on the floor, like it's your last chance. If you want more, then here I am. Starships were meant to fly. Hands up and touch the sky. Can't stop,
There we go.
'cause we're so high. Let's do this one more time. Oh, starships were meant to fly. Hands up and touch the sky. Let's do this one more time. Can't stop, we're higher than a motherfucker. Starships were meant to fly. Hands up and touch the sky. Can't stop, 'cause we're so high. Let's do this one more time. Oh, you know the bed feels warmer, sleeping here alone. You know I dream in color and do the things I want. You think you got the best of me, think you had the last laugh, bet you think that everything good is gone. Think you left me broken down, think that I come running back. Baby, you don't know me 'cause you're dead wrong. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fire. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. You heard that I was starting over with someone new, but told you I wasn't moving on. I'm over you. You didn't think that I'd come back. I come back swinging. You tried to break me, but you see, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fire. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. Doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. I'm alone. I stared up at the sun, thought of all of the people, places, and things I've loved. I stayed up just to see, with all of the faces, you were the one next to me. You can feel the light start to tremble, question what you know out at sea. You can see your life out of the window tonight. If I lose myself tonight, you will be by my side. If I lose myself tonight, yeah, yeah, yeah. If I lose myself tonight, you will leave me when I lose myself tonight. I woke up with question, what do you know? Out at sea, you can see your life out of the window tonight. If I lose myself tonight, it will be by your side. If I lose myself tonight, yeah, yeah, yeah. If I lose myself tonight, it will be you and I. Lose myself tonight.
I just can't deny the feelings that I get when I'm with you, by your side all day and night. Look right at the sky, your feelings can't lie. How you feel in this moment, girl? Every time I have to say goodbye, and you know this hurts you, me, you and I just can't deny the feelings that I get when I'm with you, by your side all day and night. Da da dee dum, da da dee dum, da da dee dum, da dum dum, da da dee dum, da da dee dum, da da dee dum, da dum dum, da da dee dum, da da dee dum, da da dee da. You got me feeling like da da dee dum, da da dee dum, da da dee dum, da dum dum. Every time I have to say goodbye, and you know this hurts you, me, you and I just can't deny the feelings that I get when I'm with you, by your side all day and night. You got me feeling like da da dee dum, da da dee dum, da da dee dum, da dum dum, da da dee dum, da da dee dum, da da dee dum, da dum dum, da da dee dum, da da dee dum, da da dee da. You got me feeling like da da dee dum, da da dee dum, da da dee dum, da dum dum.
Yeah. When I get chills at night, I feel it deep inside. Without you, yeah. Know how to satisfy, keeping my tempo right. Without you, yeah. Pictures in my mind on replay. I'm gonna touch the pain away. I know how to scream my own name, scream my name. I love me, can't love myself, no I don't need anybody else. Hey, can't love myself, no I don't need anybody else. Love me, can't love myself, no I don't need anybody else. Anytime, day or night. I love me, can't love myself, no I don't need anybody else. Hey, can't love myself, no I don't need anybody else. Love me, can't love myself, no I don't need anybody else. Anytime, day or night. I love me. I'll take it nice and slow, feeling good on my own without you, yeah. Got me speaking in tongues, the beautiful it comes without you, yeah. I'm gonna put my body first and love me so hard till it hurts. I know how to scream out the words, scream the words. I love me, can't love myself, no I don't need anybody else. Hey, can't love myself, no I don't need anybody else. Love me, can't love myself, no I don't need anybody else. Anytime, day or night. I love me, can't love myself, no I
That was a quick flip. We're into the section we're in right now is a scriptable object. So from the last stream, remember data objects are my addressables, right? So anything that I do that is inheriting that, I can later on add it to my addressable list, and we can make them by just doing stuff like properties, stats, whatever, like, whatever it is. All right. So we need a couple of methods for stat. Right? I don't think these are good for us. We're going to have to think about this because stat data is going to become something really crazy in a second. Okay. Yeah, I could see where I started falling asleep. That's funny. Literally see where I started falling asleep. Ugh. Yeah, I could see where I started falling asleep. This is one of the things that I forgot. What are we looking at? Oh, I see. So this is the scriptable object part. This is the part that I'm... The game stat is the base class. What is this doing? Okay. Oh, I see. Sorry for my yawning into the mic. I see. So I needed this on this, actually. Oh, that's a good thing we didn't delete it. Just trying to get my brain into what I need to do. Sorry about that. So this is only going to have 2 different scripts in it, right? And I think these are basically feature complete. This is going to need a little bit of revising, though. This is going to be a public virtual void. And this is going to be probably going to be gone. All right, so let's think about this for a second. Our game, stats have ranks, right? And it takes a certain amount of, let's say, experience in a stat before it gains a rank. And what the ranks do is 2 things. One, for checks, where we're checking against a stat, we just check against the rank of that stat. you're below that rank. If challenge is above that rank, you fail. If it's below, you succeed. If it's at, then um, I guess you succeed, yeah. So at or above, you will succeed whatever the skill challenge is, and below, failure. And then on top of that, when you do like an attack, we'll check the rank of your stat, whatever, and that'll determine the damage that you deal when you hit something. Right? We're also changing the way damage works. I don't know if we're going to get to that in this video, but basically it's going to be an effect system where we're tagging whatever we hit with effects that'll stack over time, and things like that'll happen. But that first means that we're going to have game stat, and we're going to be changing how change points works. So let's think about this. First, before we get complicated, let's make sure that this is as simple as it needs to be. The game stat itself just needs to have its base points. So in GD, you know what it is that my brain is still thinking GD script. In GD script, you don't need this, and you don't need this. And I don't think I need this in C# either. Delete it. Delete it here. We just need to simplify this code. So like in GD script, what we would get here is a value, right? And we would do value plus this. So we're going to get rid of this altogether. And I think we're going to get rid of the way that this works. So, oh, see, I was already thinking along those lines. We need a broker reference here. We have the min-max points, and the current points will just be the base points there. So then we just need... This is what I think we needed to delete. That's what I needed to get rid of. You don't need access to that. Okay. So with brokers, the source, the thing that is going to be supplying us with information, or so think of it like this. When we equip a weapon, right? It's going to want to, let's say that we have a stat like, I don't know, this is your strength. We're going to add 5 points. We need to know where that 5 points is coming from. That's the source. The broker will then you see, I think I'm thinking about it wrong. I think we want this to happen. I think we want this to happen on the player. We don't want to go this deep with a broker reference. But we still need the broker reference. But we need the broker reference for a different reason. This layer is supposed to be broker get information. The player level or the actor level is where we do the set information. So we don't need this. Right? And so this so current points is different. I get you. I think we get what's going to happen. So base points. I've been looking at other people's code for like so long this week, so it's like my head is math, clamp. Okay. So if we do use the clamping system, but there might be cases where we're not clamped. So let's do it like this. You know what? Let's be a little bit more.
thoughts in every note. Make me a radio and turn me up when you feel low. This melody was meant for you, so sing along to my stereo.
If I was just another dusty record on the shelf, would you blow me off and play me like everybody else? If I asked you to scratch my back, could you manage that? Yicky yeah, chicken travy, I can handle that. Furthermore, I apologize for any skipping tracks. It's just the last girl to play me, she left a couple cracks. I used to, now I'm over that. Cause holding grudges over love is ancient artifacts. If I could only find it out and make you understand, I'll sing it softly in your ear, grab you by your hand. Just keep it stuck inside your head like your favorite tune. And know my heart's a stereo that only plays for you.
My heart's a stereo, it beats for you, so listen close. My thoughts in every note. Make me a radio and turn me up when you feel low. This melody was meant for you, so sing along to my stereo. Sing along to my stereo. I only pray you'll never leave me behind, because good music can be so hard to find. I take your hand, hold it closer to mine. Thought love was dead, but now you're changing my mind. My heart's a stereo, it beats for you, so listen close. Hear my thoughts in every note. Make me a radio and turn me up when you feel low. This melody was meant for you, so sing along to my stereo. Sing along to my stereo. Sing along to my stereo. Where the sun's gone, baby, it's all wrong. Where are the plans we made for two? Yeah, I know it's hard to remember the people we used to be. It's even harder to picture that you're not here next to me. You say it's too late to make it, but is it too late to try? And in our time that you wasted, all of our bridges burned down. I wasted my nights, you turned out the lights. Now I'm paralyzed, still stuck in that time when we called it love. But even the sun sets in paradise. I'm at a payphone trying to call home. All of my change I spent on you. Where have the times gone, baby? It's all wrong. Where are the plans we made for two? If happy ever after did exist, I would still be holding you like this. All those fairy tales are full of it. One more stupid love song, I'll be sick. Oh, you turned your back on tomorrow, cause you forgot yesterday. I gave you my love to borrow, but you just gave it away. You can't expect me to be fine, I don't expect you to care. I know I've said it before, but all of our bridges burned down. I wasted my nights, you turned out the lights. Now I'm paralyzed, still stuck in that time when we called it love. But even the sun sets in paradise. I'm at a payphone trying to call home. All of my change I spent on you. Where have the times gone, baby? It's all wrong. Where are the plans we made for two? If happy ever after did exist, all those fairy tales are full of it. Yeah, now I'm at a payphone. Kings and the queens on the throne. We would pop champagne and raise a toast to all of the queens who will fight
Hey, what's going on, Apothic?
all night, dancing on your own. Can't live without me. You are not, but you can't.
You don't have to do that, man.
It's funny, but honey, can't run
If you want to, hopefully, you know, I do this stuff
so much I can take. I'll show you how a real queen behaves.
for folks to follow along if they want. So hopefully you take away what you can take away from it. More games out there, the better. But thank you very much, man. You don't have to. You don't have to. Zero 07. Ah. Oh. It's hard. Gotcha. I see. I see it now. In Discord, it's easier to see it. The way that the font looks on OBS is kind of different, but I get it. I've taken up the challenge of just doing all of my code from scratch instead of pulling up on my old code, so I'm using that opportunity to just share how I come up with this stuff. Both with myself in the future and others in the future. So I think this is the part where I'm going to be making the broker now. I think we have... I don't like this part, I'll be honest. There we go. That's better. I think that's what my... Alright, dude. Take it easy. Thanks for popping by. This is what I wanted. Okay. So now in points is where... So in this level of the code, brokers are just going to be where we get information. Do not set any information about the to the broker here. What this means is, well, correction. We do set something here. We have to... When we add this item to an inventory, right? It's not once this item is made, it's once it's added to an inventory that belongs to an actor. That actor is going to want to pass, or whatever it is that has a broker, it's going to want to pass its broker through. And once it does this, it's going to want... This is going to want to get that information. So now you might be thinking, well, hold on. Right? What if this has information on it already? Like, what if the current points, we set the current points to 5, right? Well, we can set the current points to 5. We're going to do that right now, actually. Hold on. So the first thing that we want to do from this is points is going to be returning the points, which is current points plus base points plus, and this is the part where we're going to be implementing the broker. Right? Now, if for some reason I'm thinking we probably don't need current points anymore. because the broker is going to be acting as our current points. I'm trying to think of a use case for current points in this situation. I'm just trying to put up, like, what use case would a current points have for this system? I don't think it has a use anymore. I think we can get away with no current points. I think that's the simplification that I wanted. That sounds like about it. Let's get rid of it here. Ah, whoops. Let's just do that. So we have initial points here. Yeah. Right? So we return the base points, and then we're going to be doing plus, and it's going to basically be... So I'm thinking we should probably make a broker manager. That way we can do something like broker. This is like pseudo code now for where we want to go, right? So all of these game data objects should have their own unique ID. So we can do ID. And we should be able to do that. That's what I want to do. That feels clean. I think that's where I want to go with it. That's the direction. So we're going to make a broker manager. Wow, this is going to be a deep build. Because brokers by itself is a manager. But here we're going to make a broker manager. Basically to just get a bunch of different brokers. When brokers come in, they register to the broker manager. And when they go out, they unregister. All right, let's get this done. Let's do it. We have a ton of different... Let's start closing some stuff here. This is going to be a deep build. Oh, bear with me. But... we're going to need those. Actually, we only need actor. Dungeon map. Yeah. Okay. Wow, this is gonna be fun. I'm actually excited for this. I like this call. I like this. Okay, let's do some work. Exciting. Where is it? There it is. So this is a system. Well, hold on. Yeah, we're gonna make this a component. Broker. Manager. This is gonna be a huge class. I think I'm gonna just dump everything in it. Like the broker is going to be right here, and then the messages and then the notes are going to be underneath. That's what I'm going to do with this. So the beautiful thing about broker, we don't have to save it. This is all just information that'll be updated and whatnot along the way. Um, let's make the next class real quick. Public class broker. And I like to do it this way for you guys because it helps you get, I think it helps to just see for large systems like this, just what all of these different interacting classes are. Like everything here is going to be dependent on, well, not really dependent, but these three are dependent, right? Like broker will not work without messengers. Messengers will not work without notes, right? But you can easily just make notes on your own without ever involving and so on. So they're downward dependent, upward they're not. You can't have a broker manager without brokers, and you can't have a broker without a messenger, and you can't have messengers that don't have notes. Well, you can, they're empty. Anyway, so let's stick with our favorite there we go. Okay. And it's going to be int and okay.
On my way, bonafide stallion. Ain't in no stable, no, you staying on the run. Ain't on the side, you're number one. Yeah, every time I come around, you get it done. 50-50, love the way you split it. Hide your ex, help me spend it, babe. Light a match, get it lit, babe. The jet set, watch the sunset, kinda. Yeah, yeah. Rolling eyes back in my head, make my toes curl, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you got that yummy, yum, that yummy, yum, that yummy, yum. Yeah, you got that yummy, yum, that yummy, yum, that yummy. Say the word on my way, yeah, babe, yeah, babe, yeah, babe. Any night, any day, say the word on my way, yeah, babe, yeah, babe, yeah, babe. In the morning or the late, say the word on my way, standing up, keep me on the rise. Lost control of myself, I'm compromised. You're incriminating, no disguise. You ain't never running low on supplies. Split it, still love the way you split it. Hide your ex, help me spend it, babe. Light a match, get it lit, babe. The jet set, watch the sunset, kinda. Yeah, yeah. Rolling eyes back in my head, make my toes curl, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you got that. Yeah, you got that. 50-50, love the way you split it. Still love the way you split it. Hide your ex, help me spend it, babe. Light a match, get it lit, babe. The jet set, watch the sunset, kinda. Yeah, yeah. Rolling eyes back in my head, make my toes curl, yeah, yeah. On my way, bonafide
temperature to rise. If you leave me, I go die. I swear, you are like the oxygen I need to survive. I'll be honest, your loving they don't leave me. I am so obsessed. I want to drop your hold on. Capacité pas comme ici, on l'est. Open up, make us see, on l'est. Give me love, want it. You make a ball, my singer. Capacité pas comme ici, on l'est. Open up, make us see, on l'est. Give me love, want it. You make a ball, my singer.
Oh, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho. One night she's screaming, I'm on my mind. Oh, she's hot but a psycho, so left but she's right. future. Within a second, you'll be coming back for seconds with your plate. You just can't help it, no, no. You'll play along, let her lead you on. You'll be saying no, no, then saying yes, 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 'cause you're messing with your head. Oh, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho, and then she's screaming, I'm on my mind, on my mind. Oh, she's hot but a psycho, so left but she's right though, and then she's screaming, I'm on my mind, on my mind. Got a cop, gun, got her crazy, she's poison but tasty. Your people say run, don't walk away, 'cause she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho, and then she's screaming, I'm on my mind, on my mind. See, someone said, don't drink her potions, she'll kiss your neck with no emotions. When she's mean, you know you love it, she tastes so sweet, don't sugarcoat it, no, no. You'll play along, let her lead you on. You'll be saying no, no, then saying yes, 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 'cause she's messing with your head. Oh, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho, and then she's screaming, I'm on my mind, on my mind. Oh, she's hot but a psycho, so left but she's right though, and then she's screaming, I'm on my mind, on my mind. Got a cop, gun, kinda crazy, she's poison but tasty. Yeah, people say run, don't walk away, 'cause she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho, and then she's screaming, I'm on my mind, on my mind.
Okay. I get value. Right. So this is going to be name it UID.
Welcome to the underground, where the love is free and the music's playing too loud. Every night you'll come around, you won't wanna leave till the moonlight starts to fade out. Know you've been heartsick, we got your remedy. Come choose your poison, feels like serenity. Pour you that tonic, long as you want it, 'cause you've been longing for a taste of your legacy. Baby, it's heavenly. Welcome to the underground, where the love is free and the music's playing loud. Welcome to the underground, where the love is free and the music's playing too loud. Every night you come around.
So we don't have to get really complicated with this because I think we're going to get complicated in the broker, but we don't need to get crazy. We can actually get through this whole thing with just this one collection type. There's no iteration. Yeah, I'm not going to be doing any iteration, so we're good. So
Welcome to the underground, where the love is free and the music's playing too loud. Every night you come around, you won't wanna leave till the moonlight starts to fade out. Know you've been heartsick, we got your remedy. Come choose your poison, feels like serenity.
There we go. If there are any questions, I'm not sure if anyone yeah. If there are any questions, feel free to ask. Gives me time to think about what the heck I'm doing. I know what I'm doing is right. It's rough pulling it from the brain every time. And then like I'm just like angling better ways of approaching it as I'm typing it, you know? Okay. So right now we do have a method for this. Let's go back over to here real quick. So instead of that, we can do bowl. I did not know that you could do that. I don't trust you though. So it's okay. What's the problem here? Oh, I think I just need to save. Alright, did that fix it? Object reference is required. For the non-static field method. An object reference is required. I saved it. Oh, whoops. There we go. Okay, now it works. So, the only time that I could think of that we would have points stats. Okay, fair. Okay. All right, let's handle the registration finish, and then we'd be basically done with Broker Manager.
Every time I walk out the door, I see him die a little more inside. I don't wanna hurt him anymore. I don't wanna take away his life. I don't wanna be a murderer.
A broken heart is all that's left. I'm still fixing all the cracks. Lost a couple of pieces when I carried it home. I'm afraid of all I am. My mind feels like a foreign land. Silence ringing inside my head. Please carry me home. I spent all of the love I saved. We were always a losing game. Small town boy in a big arcade. I got addicted to a losing game. Loving you is a losing game. How many pennies in the slot? Giving us up don't take a lot. I saw the end before it begun. Still I carried on. Get me off this roller coaster.
I'll admit I was wrong. What else can I say, girl? Can't you blame my head and not my heart? I was drunk, I was gone. That don't make it right, but I promise there were no
I just renamed it message.
She said, "Boy, tell me honestly, was it real or just for show?" Yeah. She said, "Save your apologies, baby. I just gotta know how long has this been going on? You've been creeping around on me while you're calling me baby.
So now, in the past, I've made like a queue system where, but I can't remember why I made that queue system. Like, what did I make that for? It might have just been over engineering, but the idea behind it was, oh, I remember now. It's in case we like equipped an item and that item wanted to, like, let's say we had an item that increased your magic by 10, but you hadn't done the quest to unlock the magic stat, right? Well, basically, it would just hold it in queue for you. And then once you've unlocked the magic stat, it would check if you had something in that queue that matched that stat that you just added, right? So we can make it here. Not a problem, I think. Just be private.
She said, "Boy, tell me honestly, was it real or just for show?"
Tell me what you want, what you like, it's okay. I'm a little curious too. Tell me if it's wrong, if it's right, I don't care. I can keep a secret
Okay, so these are message IDs, but in case we don't have that message yet, then it'll store it over here. These don't have any actual effect until we get a message. Then we're going to just go into this, grab all of the notes that are related to this message that we just added, and then add it. And then if we do something like unequip that item, then we'll check both the messages and the notes to make sure that we've cleared both of that item's information. Alright, so just bear with me, but basically think of the notes as the items and the message as the stat itself. So we have the stat, which has a message. And the stat, every time that the stat is going to pump out information, it's just going to check the messages. It's basically like checking your checking your email effectively, right? Or you basically, or your whatever your voicemail. But you go and you listen to your messages. That's basically what this is doing. Every time that the stats goes, it goes and it listens to its voice messages, and then it comes back and gives you how many points you actually have. Right? Meanwhile, the items are the notes, are each individual note in those messages. Right.
When the days are cold and the cards all fold and the saints we see are all made of gold. When your dreams all fail and the ones we hail are the worst of all.
So we're not going to fill this in yet because I'm not even sure what it looks like in my mind's eye. I just know that basically these are going to be letting these know. It's going to check first if it has messages that's going to match the target for the note. And if it doesn't, then it'll queue it up. And then whenever we add a message, check the queue, and then we add the message. That's how we do it.
Curtains call, it's the last of all. When the light
more, till I can't stand. Get on the floor, floor, like it's your last chance. If you want more, more, then here I am. Starships were meant to fly, hands up and touch the sky. Can't stop, 'cause we're so high. Let's do this one more time. Oh, starships were meant to fly, hands up and touch the sky. Let's do this one more time. Can't stop, we're higher than a motherfucker. Jump on my hoopty hoopty hoop, I own that. And I am paying my rent this month, I owe that. But who you want, who you like, this whole life, there's no end in sight. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Get on the floor, floor, like it's your last chance. If you want more, more, then here I am. Starships were meant to fly, hands up and touch the sky. Can't stop, 'cause we're so high. Let's do this one more time. Oh, starships were meant to fly, hands up and touch the sky. Let's do this one more time. Can't stop, we're higher than a motherfucker. Starships were meant to fly, hands up and touch the sky. Can't stop, 'cause we're so high. Let's do this one more time. Oh, you know the bed feels warmer, sleeping here alone. You know I dream in color and do the things I want. You think you got the best of me, think you had the last laugh, bet you think that everything good is gone. Think you left me broken down, think that I come running back. Baby, you don't know me 'cause you're dead wrong. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger.
Did I forget something?
Myself and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when
I'm just messing with stuff right now. Just want to see like if I can get away with doing it this way, because this will come back and pay dividends for something else that I want to do here. I want to see if I can get away with it over here. Otherwise, I'd have to... There's two ways that I know about doing it. I know one way. I'm testing this way right now to see what the result is. If it, like I said, the whole reason why I'm not just taking my old code and just doing it again from that way is, or just copy pasting, is because I want to find better ways of accomplishing this. So my goal is less code, less lines, just less, and better results. Right? Not that I was getting bad results before, just I always feel like I can do better. What was it? A pool manager. I think I forgot something. Yeah, that's what it is. Or this. Oh.
thought of all of the people, places, and things I've loved. I stayed up just to see with all of the faces.
Ah.
You were the one next to me.
What am I forgetting here?
You can feel the light start to tremble. Question what you know out to sea. You can see your life out of the window tonight. If I lose myself tonight, you will be by your side. If I lose myself tonight, you, yeah. Know how to satisfy, keeping my tempo right without you, yeah. Pictures in my mind on replay. I'm gonna touch the pain away. I know how to scream my own name, scream my name. I love me, can't love myself, no I don't need anybody else. Hey, can't love myself, no I don't need anybody else. Love me, can't love myself, no I don't need anybody else. Anytime, day or night. I love me, can't love myself, no I don't need anybody else. Hey, can't love myself, no I don't need anybody else. Love me, can't love myself, no I don't need anybody else. Anytime, day or night. I love me. I take it nice and slow, feeling good on my own without you, yeah. Got me speaking in tongues, the beautiful it comes without you, yeah. I'm gonna put my body first and love me so hard till it hurts. I know how to scream out the words, scream the words. I love me, can't love myself, no I don't need anybody else. Hey, can't love myself, no I don't need anybody else. Love me, can't love myself, no I don't need anybody else. Anytime, day or night. I love me, can't love myself.
I feel like we're almost there. Like, if we can get this part to work, the message and the notes part are just going to be, because of this, it's just going to be so easy to set up. The other way is I need to do a little bit of hoopla. Just need to think about that. So the issue is this. Let me do a little bit of reading.
Pushing forwards, but he keeps pulling me backwards. Nowhere to turn, nowhere to turn. No, now I'm standing back from it. I finally see the pattern. I never learn. But my love, he doesn't love me, so I tell myself, I do. One, so pick up the phone. You know he's only calling 'cause he's drunk and alone. Two, don't let him in. So pick up the phone, you know he's only calling 'cause he's drunk and alone. Two, don't let him in, you'll have to kick him out again. Three, don't be his friend, you know you're gonna wake up in his bed in the morning. And if you're under him, you ain't getting over him. I got no rules, I count 'em. I got no rules, I count 'em. I gotta tell them to myself. I got no rules, I count 'em.
Spend 24 hours, I need more hours with you. You spent the weekend getting even, ooh. We spent the late nights making things right between us. But now it's all good, babe. Wear that backwood, babe, and play me close. 'Cause girls like you run around with guys like me till sundown. When I come through, I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. Girls like you love
Okay, so I don't like where my brain is leading me. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Basically, we would have to make a struct as a wrapper. And we kind of are doing that with Note. And instead of treating Note as that, do a struct out of Note. I guess we could just try it and see what happens, right? All right, let's try it. See where it goes.
I stand here waiting for you to bang the gong, to crush the critics saying, is it right or is it wrong? If only fame had an ivy, baby, could I bear being away from you? I found the vein, put it in here. I live for the applause, applause, applause. I live for the applause, applause. Live for the applause, applause. Live for the way that you cheer and scream for me. The applause, applause, applause. Give me the thing that I love. Put your hands up, make 'em tough. Give me the thing that I love. Put your hands up, make 'em tough. I've overheard your theory, nostalgia's for geeks. I guess, sir, if you say so, some of us just like to read. 1 second I'm a coon's fed, suddenly the coons is me. Pop culture was an art, now art's in pop culture and me. I live for the applause, applause, applause. I live for the applause, applause. Live for the applause, applause. Live for the way that you cheer and scream for me. The applause, applause, applause. Give me the thing that I love. Put your hands up, make 'em tough. Give me the thing that I love. Put your hands up, make 'em tough. I used to be so happy, but without you here, I feel so low. I watched you as you left, but I could never seem to let you go. 'Cause once upon a time, you were my everything. It's clear to see that time hasn't changed a thing. It's very deep inside me, but I feel there's something you should know. I will never forget you. You will always be by my side. From the day that I met you, I knew that I would love you till the day I die. And I will never want us more. And in my heart, I will always be sure. I will never forget you. And you will always be by my side till the day I die. Funny how we both end up here, but everything seems so
Oops.
right. I wonder what would happen picture in the first place. Dated a girl that I hate for the attention. She only made it 2 days, what a connection. It's like you'd do anything for my affection. You're going all about it in the worst ways. I was into you, but I'm over it now. And I was trying to be nice, but nothing's getting through, so let me spell it out. A, B, C, D, E, F, you and your mom and your sister and your job and your broke-ass car and the shit you call art. Fuck you and your friends that I'll never see again. Everybody but your dog, you can all fuck off. Na 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 na. A, B, C, D, E, F, you. Na 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 na. A, B, C, D, E, F. You said it just needed space, and so I gave it. When I had nothing to say, you couldn't take it. Told everyone I'm the bitch.
Ah, there we go.
Became it. Always had to put yourself above me.
There we go. Okay.
I was in
Couldn't remember which it needed. Yeah, you need to basically just set everything here in order to initialize this. And it'll stop giving you problems.
C, D, E, F, you and your mom and your sister and your job and your Craigslist couch and the way your voice sounds. Fuck you and your friends that I'll never see again. Everybody but your dog, you can all fuck off. Na 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 na. A, B, C, D, E, F, you. Na 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 na. A, B, C, D, E, F, you. Without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again. It's been a long day
I like this better.
without you, my friend.
Last time what I did, I had to create a system of delegates and pass through a function that just, like a series of functions that just were being called and stuff. This way it's kind of the same thing, it's just happening under the hood in C#, well, C++. So, kind of throwing it there, which is, I think, better. Well, we have to wait and see if this actually works, right? Should work. I mean, it's gonna give me problems, but it should work. I... There we go. Okay. Good. I don't think this needs to know about if it's multiplication or not. Right? It's the message that needs to know if it's multiplication or not. Because this is what's actually handling the way that we manage this. No, this is a bad idea. Change it back. That's a bad idea. I just realized why that's a bad idea. Better as a class. Yeah, that was a bad idea. So here's the rough. If I left this as a struct, every time that I needed to make a change to this, we'd end up with a problem where we'd have to make a new struct, which means then we have to take all of the information that's in the previous struct out and then put that information into the new struct plus whatever information that we're adding to it. And if it was just like one thing, fine, but I'm not sure right now. All right. There we go. It's garbage. I need to do this quickly. I'm starting to. Okay. Darn it. I was hoping to get this done quickly. Spent too much time thinking. Alright, so unfortunately we weren't able to lock in a type over here. It's fine. We'll have to do it here. We could technically pass in the type when we create this over here. Like, we just make an enumerator and then tell it what type it should be. But I'm trying to avoid having to make it so that way, because one of the problems that I ran into with the previous system was no matter what it was, the idea of putting in it gave me a lot of power because I would put in like an anonymous delegate and whatever the formula is for that and let it handle so like very complex formulas could then be put in, right? Especially for things like effect. That was fantastic because I could just put in a delegate for like some effect that's going to be happening and I could have an event go off. But that's not really, I think, what this system is supposed to be. That's kind of like me abusing some of the functionality that's just built into broker's work. Those should have their own system. We're going to just keep this to what it should be doing. Basically, it should be handling these 4 types. Right? That's what we're trying to stick it to. And with that said, that's why I spent the whole thing over here dealing with structs. But then I ran into that problem down here. I wasn't able to do the thing that I wanted to try over here. Fine. Just have to do it. So the problem is that this needs some form of guidance on the formula this is supposed to follow. Thought multiplication would be it. Mm. In my time, I've never had to use it for strings or bools. I've mostly ever used it for multiplication and addition. So I'm convinced that you can get away. Yeah, all right, let's do it that way. We're not going to implement string and bool. I mean, technically it's implemented. We're just not going to support it. Where are we? Oh, we're in Node. That's what. So since we're doing this, we don't have to do all of this. There we go. Do we want to do it this way? But I don't know. Yeah, we can't do it that way. That sucks. Hey, what's going on, Elitiero or Ale? I'm gonna butcher that pronunciation. Ah, what's going on? Hmm. So I'm working on a broker manager. Well, broker visitor pattern. If you've ever played like one of those games like Crusader Kings or Crusader Kings, or I guess any game that they have like lots of modifiers, a lot of roguelites also to use it. Well, they don't necessarily use that. Some people do it the hard way. But once you get this done, it's pretty nice. But I'm trying to find a different way of approaching it than what I usually do. And I'm just hitting the roadblocks and handling it as I see. Why can't you convert? Um, so far so okay, I guess. I had to take a few days just to really like get my head around what I wanted to do, because I wanted to do this stream to teach this system, this specific broker visitor system. But I feel like I'm seeing some people are actually taking away uh, from the stuff that I'm putting down. So I'm trying to take care of this, make sure that it's as clean and as clear as I can make it. Over here. That's what I was looking. I could show it to you. It's not really much has changed. So I decided on the onset that I'm not going to really pay much attention to, because I mean, it's a nice thing for folks to want me to do, some more of the visual stuff, but I can't really push for visuals yet, because then it's going to be like, okay, that's like a couple steps down the road. I have to leave the visuals as simple as they are, because it'll just make it impossible with the amount of time it takes to load each scene to actually develop. Like, I have to be able to quickly go in and out of scenes, test different things. It's just doesn't make sense for me to focus in on getting everything to look good, polishing and stuff like that before I've even finished a prototype. Right? So I appreciate that kind of thing, but I think that's where what you saw before, as far as like the visuals go, you're gonna see some more game mechanics come in here and there, but it's right now I'm just trying to get this back end stuff out of the way. That's basically the state of the game. Just trying to get this back end stuff out of the way. What's crying here? Cannot convert in. Why not? Otherwise, everything is alright. How are you doing, man? The trick is just do it. That's legitimately the trick. Just you get the work done without even realizing it, just by doing it. When you think about it, you get 0 done. When you actually do it, you do it. Come hell or high water. I posted a short of a waterfall. So long story short, I needed to make the waterfall for this world, for this graphical direction that I was going in, and I never did. Like, I put it on the back burner because I just was intimidated by creating a waterfall, and I went on YouTube, looked up how they make waterfalls, and everything was just not helping me at all. Like, there is really there's a ton of stuff for Blender, but it's all animating waterfalls, and I wasn't looking for that. I was looking for just modeling out a mesh for one, and then adding a shader to it and getting it to work the way I needed it to work. And there was just zero direction on that. So I put it on the back burner. And then finally, like yesterday or the day before, I said, you know what, let's take it off the back burner, and I just did it. It works. Like, you know, all of the thinking, all of the looking up, all of the watching, nothing beats just doing it. I could figure out why this won't convert into really happy. Like, I can't figure it. Let's just do handle float. If no, I just have a ton of game jams. Like, that's another trick. Just do game jams and you'll start developing your confidence. Like, I think I have about 4 game jams done already. So, and it's just, you get used to working with either solo or with different people, and you pick up different tricks along the way. What, publishing? No, I mean, if you get there, you get there. That's a different. I know a person who's in the industry and does this stuff, and he streams also. And he's been at it for like 3 years, and I mean, it takes time. It just depends on what you're going at. You know, if you set your objective to be something that's going to take years, expect for it to take years. Just you have to first be honest with yourself about how long this is going to actually take. Right? In his case though, because he works in the industry, he already has he just keep you need a T. SNT. What happens if we pass in? I just saw like a bunch of your text just. I'm not sure if you just typed and then it disappeared, but your text keeps disappearing. Like I looked over and I saw a bunch of it, and I'm not sure if you just typed something new and it disappeared, or if that was old stuff. Ah, okay. But we don't need that. Get rid of it. See, this is where I would have liked to be able to reassign it from generics. Well, I mean, your comments always disappear. Like, I'm not sure what it is. It's random. Sometimes they disappear like right away. Sometimes it takes a very long time. But they always disappear. I keep screwing that up with Godot. It's not where you'd put that. There you go. Okay, so now we can get rid of the... I could give you the witty answer to that. Any game that I can finish. If I can finish making the game, I like it. But otherwise, I don't know. It's more like I enjoy feature making. I like making certain features, and the game type genre that has me making those features the most tends to be, I guess, kind of like roguelikes, I guess, or just games with broad databases. Okay, so this stuff will be giving me problems. How did I handle this? That's the take a look here. I see. So we avoided it basically. Except here. This is the same problem we just had. And it's the same problem we're gonna. I mean, I know the solution. I could just make an enum and then get around this. But I don't want to go that direction again. I want to know if I could lock in types. I'm like trying to get my brain to see that angle and how to approach it. Maybe if I just pull object by itself, instead of trying to type it out and then cast object. Huh, I've never tried that. Let's try it. I didn't even consider that. But I think that's a reflection. Yeah, we could leave it that way. Oh, but first we have to actually. Now we could do that. Do it right? Okay. Looks about right. Still have this issue. I'm gonna try to resolve that now. Now, we're gonna take this. Oops. Take this. Here. Nice. Okay. Woo. Okay. Gotta love dynamic types. I'll be right back.
IDs out, everyone. Have your IDs ready by the time you get to the door. Hey, guest list to the left. Everybody who's buying tickets or has tickets to the right. Come on, y'all. Look, I'm not letting anybody in here till you form two lines. Have your IDs out. Oh, shit, what's up, Dirk? Hey, man, come here. Come to the front, dog. You ain't gotta wait. Yeah, man, what's up? Alright, yeah, man, hold on in. IDs out, everyone. Hey, what did I say?
All right. So this is leading me right back to other direction. Where now we're going to need to do this. Okay. I should have. I mean, I was working since this morning on this. It's just, well, not this morning, but this afternoon. I just decided to start trying to get this part done. But most of what I was doing was just graphical stuff. Then I realized, holy cow, I'm spending more time trying to get lights to not use as much FPS. Less time actually putting together a prototype. Let's see. We can't get away with this because further up now we have our issue here. Right? And we can't even do this to get around it. Oh, we can. We still have this stuff over here. And then further up, we're going to have... No, that's it. I think that's it. The problem stops at broker. And if I can nail this, I'm going to be so super stoked about it. This is exactly the direction. This is like, I can see it in theory, what I'm trying to get to. But in practice, I'm not seeing the exact path to get there. But it's fascinating stuff. All right. Really? So we did note, and it cried. Cannot convert note T note. Okay. This found notes. Found notes is note T. Note T. Note T. What is remove note? Ah, I got you. We don't need this anymore. Like I said, if I could get that part to work where we can set it from up there, this stuff will be so much faster. Just need to. I've never really gotten my brain around setting up the collections like that. This is going to be the other option that I was about to exercise in case I really just can't figure out how to pull out the right one, which is to just pull it out as an object and then handle it further up. So basically anything that wants to use this system. So if you've ever played one of those games like Crusader Kings 3 where you could hover your mouse over and get some tooltips about like modifiers on stuff, and then you could hover over the modifier to like get information. This is basically what it is. This is like when you hover over, we're just gonna get the information about this modifier. Right? So we can get like where this came from. So Okay. So at this point, it's fine. It's when we get up here that we're going to have a problem. Right? So the only thing that I could think of is doing something, another interface. And remember how I was saying we're going to use object before. So we can kind of finagle around things here. So we did note over here. So let's try doing the same thing with this. This time, though, we're not going to set this type. We're just going to leave it that. And does that work? Yeah, okay. So here we go. Ah, close it up. There we go. Okay, so now let's change. Well, pull is already there, but we're going to return object. We should be set, right? All right. Uh, nope, doesn't work. I'm so confused. What do you mean? I'm literally using the same type constraint. What are you crying about? And that doesn't help. so confused. This should work. Where you instruct. Okay. T is where T is struct. Did I forget to put that somewhere? Oh. There we go. Okay. So that's the first part of this plan. Double check this. Everything looks good there. Now this does this. if I do make this what I think I'm about to, at least it'll be internal to them. Before it was that I had to create the delegates on the outside. This should just be doing it inside, which means that the only thing that I'm going to have to do are creating messages and creating notes, sending them. Should be all it is. Like create a message. Like if the thing gives +5 to strength, just create a note. Say, hey, +5 to strength. And then ship it off to this thing to find the correct broker. And then that will find the correct message to assign it to. And then strength, when somebody wants to check what strength you have, it'll check the message for strength. Strength will check its own message and give that back and say, yeah, I have base plus whatever. That's the agenda. We're almost there. We're almost there. Oh. Okay, we got this part taken care of. Now it's just this part. This is the dude. This is the so technically the broker is done. Technically, we still need to fill out that stuff, but broker is pretty much finished. We can add and remove messages, and when we add and remove messages, so we could technically make the broker, then do broker, get this broker instance, and then get message, get the message, and once you get the message, I'll add notes thereon. We can do that. We actually want to go a step further beyond, right? Would love to be able to go feature complete on this. So there's still something missing. Right? So we technically what this allows us to do is optionally we can put in notes ahead of time. Otherwise it's just going to be an empty message. So the idea is the flow is when we make that, when we instance the physical stat, this thing, right? We're going to have a call on this. Probably like initialize, where it'll do broker manager register, and when it registers itself, it'll take its ID and then assign itself to the broker of the ID given, right? Because uninitialize is when we would get the ID that that should be. Or we could actually, yeah, no, let's do it. Let's make a separate initial. We have enough constructor shenanigans. We're almost there. Technically have one more, but it's a doozy. Basically, now the question is, can we do the same thing with where the heck am I? Broker. Okay, yeah. I get scared for a sec. So the other way that we could do this is when we go to add a note, if the message doesn't exist, we can create a message. Problem with that is the ID on the message. We don't know what the message's ID is going to be until a message legitimately says, "Hey, I want to be made, and this is the thing I want to belong to," because that ID comes from the thing it belongs to, right? So the right way, or the way that I've always done it, is this way. Problem is now with our new approach, this won't work. Huh. Okay, so yeah, like I said earlier, when you want to do something, thinking about it, you're not. It's great to think about it, but nothing beats doing it. All right, just putting it together, and if that question just keeps coming up, right? Like, how do you get this? How do you do that? How do you? The simple answer is just once you. It's a weird thing to try to explain, but do not put off for tomorrow what you can do today. Even if there is no plan, sometimes just you got to be smart instead of being wise. Um, so we're literally almost done now. We only need to fill in these two blanks and then configure these work with this. I feel like there's something else, but I think that's basically it. Just double check. So the notes have an ID. Oh, that's the last part. Okay. And then we're going to do a quick optimization where we're going to have a private dictionary and float cached value. Right? So instead of going through the process of doing the arithmetic over here, we can just cache the value. And in the future, if we call that ID and nothing had been changed about it, then we just pull the cache value instead. Right? Like I said, this part was going to get more complex by far than the broker manager. This is just simple stuff next to this stuff. But this is like 90% of the brokers. Well, technically it's 100. We're just adding in some extra stuff to make our lives easier as we develop. Okay. I feel like where is this broker? Manager. Broker. So I feel like add note is in. Yeah, there. What the heck am I doing? Message dot add. Let's just do it this way. Okay, so first we check if if it has it. If it does, then we add this note to it. And otherwise, we got to start queuing stuff. If we already have this ID, just add this note to it. Otherwise, do it this way. Okay. We got to do the inverse. Hold on 1 second. Okay. I'm gonna have to step away about 20 minutes. 15 to 20 minutes. I should be back in about minutes, but I have something that's gonna come up. Let's see. So when we try to remove a note, what we're actually going to do is get the node ID. Oh, I think we already can use the remove notes. Just remove all notes from that. Instead of over. All right, and then we also want to check no. Darn it, we messed up. Not a big mess up though. That's a I see why I did. That would have been nice. Hmm. Okay. Boom. I think that's it. Right, so let's just run through the math real quick. Cumulative going to be equal to don't multiply. Cumulative is equal to 0, and the type multiplication. I see. Otherwise, then we say cumulative is going to be equal to check if it's multiplication. I think we can also get rid of multiplication. Okay, good stuff. So then we multiply it up there or up here. Is that it? Just keep going through each one. We don't have to worry too much about this call, because once we do it once, we're basically caching it. The result. So we don't really have to go into the notes. We only have to go into the notes when things change. Then we have to revisit our notes. But yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. There we go. All right. So now remove note. For each note, so we check the key notes, and for each note.id. Okay, there. So now when we make a new node using this system, we'll check first if we have a message for that node. If we do, we just add and return. If we don't, we queue it in, and if we don't have anything queuing it, then we will create something is wrong. Oh, right. Yeah, this won't work. In the old system I had, this would work because I was using strings. This won't work because I'm using keys. This is frustrating-ish. So here's the problem. The stats get their IDs from GUID. So let's change that. No, we can't because they're unique. So because they come from the same place, so we always want them to be unique. That way, different things on different characters all have their own unique numbers instead of stuff like that. Oh boy. Um. hmm. So we want to keep the unique side of it, but we want to also queue. The only thing I could think of is to not. Hmm, what's the solution here? If I had just used strings, this whole thing would have been done already. But I had to pick integers because I wanted to be. Boy. So. No. All right, be right back. So the solution is we got to pass through an identity. Right? Regardless, all notes have something that they want to latch onto. They don't know which one it is specifically, but they have an idea of who it is. So they should have Huh. Just realized. So the ID thing is pretty much useless right now. We have to use strings. We have to. There's no getting around it. Because how the heck am I supposed to know at build time what ID number a stat is going to be at runtime? Get it? These are random numbers. Same thing with like the player. I don't know what his ID number is going to be. These have to be strings. We already know what the string is going to be, right? Because we made that with the addressable system 2 days ago. So yeah, this has to be a string. Don't worry, we're okay still. This is actually not that big of a deal. It's just annoying. Yeah, I guess UID would still be it. We'll change that in a second. So this is basically going to be tying into this system. Right? Because this is a constant string. So we can use this for this target. And that's the ID. You see the vision? Why did this? Oh, right. Looks all right. Oh, what is this? Ah. Yeah. So now this is correct. This can be an ID. It can be an int. Or an int. Where is it? No, this can be an ID. Right? We get the broker. Try to do pull. What is this trying to do? Oh, it's just trying to pull. Gotcha. So this is string. Yeah, see? Actually, let's name this SID. Okay, we don't have to use this. We can always just get the broker. Right? We could always just do get broker. Do it this way, but this is safer technically. Yeah, this is safer tech. Because if this returns a null, then we're gonna have issues. But this will just at worst this will return 0. Right? And the other alternative is if we just have access to the broker directly. We could always just call pull from the broker. But because we have the manager, we don't have those problems. Which is really nice. It's really nice to have that. Oh, it needs 2 numbers. This and it and I. Are we looking? All right. Now let's just run our brains through. So this part is good now. This part is try to get message, and if we get one, then remove the notes related to this. So and that node ID. Okay, that makes sense. There's remove. It's still tracking it by. Yeah, the notes can use numbers, because these are the unique stuff like armor and gear, whatever. Will all just have their own unique IDs. So like a special effect will have its own unique ID. +2 to something, that's going to have it once it's instant. There can be many of those, so they have to have unique ID. But there can only ever be like one strength stat or one HP stat. So those can have string identifier. Yeah. Okay. So now, if this is not the case, then we check to see if we have any queued nodes. If we have any queued ones, then or we have this ID within the queued node. Get a list of nodes from that. See with removals of that. It. And what is the last one? Cached. And finally, if we remove any and actually we also want to do so let's create a function up. Or actually it would be up. Okay, so now whenever we add a note or we remove a note, clean that note from the cache. If it has. Don't want. What this does is now when we go to pull, we can check if we have this value in the cache. And if we do, before we do this process, we'll get the cache. Otherwise, we do this process and then we cache it. That way in the future, we just use the cache. Unless we change something called update cache, then we run through this processing. Okay, that should do. Now we have our. Okay, so now let's start from the top. We have broker manager, which will give us easy access to broker system on any character that registers to. We could also just get the broker directly. Right? Um, that we have a couple helpers. Okay. Oh, we'll have to do this part. So now, when we add a message, we have to assume that a check if we have something in our queued notes. We'll add a new message, right? All right, so this cleans up our queue as well. Transfers over to our message, right? And then once poll is called, cache value here. Going forward, it will use this unless we add a new note to that message or remove one. It'll update the cache, which will bypass this, run through, and then recache it and spit out the result. right? The idea. Holy cow, I think we're done. Quote unquote done. Ah. Ah, I hate having to design stuff. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy it. I just hate having to design stuff like this because now I have to wait until I develop the other system to actually test it. I can't, like, test it immediately. Sort of. Well, parts of it I can test immediately. So here to actor. So we will do then on in now we have an ID here, right? Static ID that belongs to this entity. Use the get instant. Because the broker really has hmm. It's like we're making our very first public. And actually, no. I don't want this here. Actor data is a thing now. This is how systems start to get together. Now we have actor. So normally here data to get the person. And I would do something. Taking an art. When I had to take. Yeah, there it is. Oh no, it's initial. It should probably do it in. Boy, Mike. So from here, we can just do bed. Okay, this is solid. Uh, so now we can just go vector get ID. It will definitely give us an. And once we implement our saving loading system, we can do that. We can do it safely because once we load the way that this is set up, if it already exists, it'll just get that first. Otherwise, if it doesn't, Then it will populate the broker. Broker, that's all it really needs. Broker ID is set up. We then want to register the broker with the broker man. Speaking of, once we okay. Okay, there. Woof woof. There we go. By piece. Slowly but it's done. When we initialize, we create the broker. Time is it? Time to, I think, call it, because we did finish that system. The other system I wanted to finish during the stream was that system. I am beaten up. Let's at least see how this set up. So now, when we do a pull, this, we don't need an SID for, because when we pulling from the thing that has the ID. So we only need the ID. We just double check this. So if we only need the ID is now a string. Gotcha. We don't need this ID. Yeah, we do. Okay, I got what we need. We need the we need the source ID. That's a scriptable object. This is the unique ID. You know what? Let's public int broker. Right, let's just put that there. Items, everything can basically get a broker at some point. Right? And let's make a method here. and the address. Okay, there. That should do it. So now we just need some way of signing our first stat. The stat's done enough so that we spent all of that time making the broker visitor system. I think maybe it's just time to take a small break or something. You know, there was another person I was talking to. They say they basically do dev for like 2 hours and then call it because any more is just too much. Let me see how long I've been going. $5 hours. Yeah, we're gonna call it here. That was a bit, but that was the broker visitor. Probably gonna change the name of it to broker visitor. Hopefully, that was useful. Have a wonderful night, or day, whatever it is for you. When you're watching this. Call it there. I think that's a solid place. We completed the broker visitor. As usual, if there's any questions, feel free to ask. Save all my work. So just to be, I mean, I'm gonna go over this one more time in the next stream. But that going over isn't gonna be like me diving into how to make this. It's gonna be testing it to see what's not working. Because I'm guaranteeing you I screwed up somewhere. I never do things right the first time. Oh, it's gonna be that I need to really like take a look and see what I need to get in order to fix whatever is broken. It looks really tidy. I like it. I'm gonna really be able, let me just test something real quick. Like, this is how you know I'm just happy about it because I can't stop. So I want to see like the process for making. So let me. Oh. Nice. Right, and then if I had like a weapon thing like that's not right. Would be the and we have let's put min. There we go. Then we could do message note or note address. Nice. Both of those are doing the same thing. It should fail the second time. Test that later. Because this ID will be the same. Very nice. Right. And basically, the more notes that we add to the message, the more stuff. Nice. Okay, this system is nice. Believe me, this is just I'm happy with this because I don't have to create. Before I made like lambdas and whatnot, I don't have to do all of that. Better. We can put in the amount, whether or not we multiply by that amount. We should probably also make like an additional field here for the. So I could like pass through a description, and then like if you hover your mouse over that display, it'll pop up using that description. I haven't figured out like how to get there yet. I mean, the answer is pretty obvious. We make a lambda. that's the answer, right? Make a lambda. Just go. I want you to return. What is this? Team stat. And just pass that through. Pass that through as the object. Right? And then, I mean, haven't set it up for that. Ooh. Ah, one thing I liked about it's not liked. I know I used to know how to do it in C sharp, but I forgot. Like I'm remembering the Godot way of doing. That, and I think I should. All right, let's stop. In Godot, you just use a callable here. Totally forgotten what it. But I guarantee you, tomorrow I'll wake up and remember. Project look. Getting tons of errors. Will it ever finish? Oh, it did. That's whining about something. I don't like really leaving the project issue. Did it not save? Missing compiler required memory. What? Oh. Okay, we'll just do it this way. Now it should stop, right? Oh, bother. Can we get away with this? Oh. Oh gosh. Okay, so it turns out that it's not supported in this version of C Sharp. Unity's version. Is what it says. Missing compiler required memory. Runtime binder. Wow. That would have been cool. Would have also ended my day. We gotta think about our approach on this. So we can't use dynamic. We can use object. Unity. Oh, it's compiled. Looks like we don't have any compile error. I'm gonna console myself with... We only ever have to do those calls once. After that, it's basically just caching the call. Right, which is also why we do it this way. Base points plus. Right, we should also do this. Lamb. Here we go. Makes more sense that way. Okay, so when we do set broker, we do this where we pass in then get the broker from the broker manager. We make a message for this stat. We make a message for the stat, and then we add this message to the broker that we get. Pass in the address for the stat. And later on, we can equip a weapon. It might give this stat +5 or something. Can do. Or if since we set this to true, this would actually be 500%. Because this is 5 times whatever our stat is. But we'd have to do it like that. And that would give me +5 to this stat. Right? The ID could be from the effect. So let's say the effect is +5. It's just whatever. That's the name of the effect that's on the sword. So that effect would have its own unique ID because it also will inherit game data object, which has built in its own unique ID. Then we pass that in, and it should already know the address. The address is basically this. That's the address, right? So we have global access to all of the addresses that matter. Right? And similarly, if we have like a weapon, that weapon has stats, and let's say that weapon has like the lethality stat or something, well, presumably that weapon would have its own broker, and that stat would be able to listen to its broker instead of the player's broker. That's how it works. Right? Since we cache the value, we don't have to go through the whole process of casting all over the place like we just did. Because once we get the value once, we just keep reusing it until something changes about the notes, that message. And we also have this method of changing values. There we go. That was a lot. All right, I'm going to call it there. You just double check that this thing is working. Oh, it's not. It shouldn't work. Oh, but it is. Broker manager is not set. Yep, that's about right. Nice. At least it doesn't crash when it fails. It just warns me. We have to actually put it into these. Broker manager. There we go. Now it should be fine. Yep, there we go. You know what I could do? I could make a stat strength for the power stat. Just to really, and then every time I hit this guy, it should go up by like a decimal or something. Just so we could see like what's going on. Right? Let's do that. So let's go over here, make stat. Power. Set it to 1. Okay, that's good. Next. Oh, we never finished the actor date. We never actually finished this part. So what did we call this? Data manager, not get. That's the thing. Oh, I was about to say. All right. So now, whenever we attack with player, so first we want to go to the player script. What's this crying about? Anything? Ah. So we don't need this anymore. Okay, so we want to create some stats. Well, actually, we want to create one stat, power. To do that, to save first. So if you remember how this works, after our addressable system was made, so after we make the scriptable object, you'll notice it doesn't have an address yet, right? Let's actually give it a name. Right? And even if we don't, it'll use this name here, but nice to have a little there. And then now in my screen, I'm just going to go over to assets. If you followed the code exactly how I did it before, it should be the same. You should just go to your assets, drop down over here. It should be at the bottom, register all addressables. Unity will recompile for me. Hopefully nothing went wrong, because if something went wrong, I'm just going to call it a night and take a look at it tomorrow. I do not feel like opening up the addressable system. Still not sure. Okay, looks like it's good. So now you'll see that this has an address now, stats power. So now I can do something like this. Right? And so now we've added the power stat to our character stats. All right, it's going to be using the default. It should have like 1. We can test it out real quick. We have to find where we this thing is, oh, I know where it is. It's in the combat manager. So yeah, right here. Okay, so I don't have to worry about enemies right now, I think, so it shouldn't crash on me. But we should just be doing 1 damage. Things worked out. What's this crying about? Ah. Okay, that's a good sign. No one... Oh, there we go. All right. Combat manager is saying what? Line 100. This. Null reference exception. Object reference not set to an instant. At what level, though? Not gonna lie, that's kind of crazy. So even if this failed, create one, it probably means a stat isn't correct. Where do we create the stat? Over here. Player. Alright, let's find out if this thing is actually being made. Okay. Oh. Yep, it says it's being created. Go to add. Oh. Never trust autocomplete. Always verify. So if stat collection contains the ID, otherwise create the stat or we get the raw. This is the disruptable object. And then we get the real stat by creating it here. That is the real person right now. We were canceling out ahead of time because of other things. Now we're getting some. Broker manager. What are you crying about? So it's trying to add a note. Where are you adding a note from? Should be no note. Oh, over here. I was not ready to test notes out. So not willing to deal with that problem. There we go. 1 damage. That's weird. Oh, I see. Okay. So we know stats are hooked in. Okay. Next step is... Damage just went through the roof on that one. Okay. But yeah. So we have that working. So now the next trick is we need to test the increase. Ugh. So it is doing this part. Right, we're not getting knocked out here. So it does know that there is. But rather, it didn't create. It must have created one. Right. Okay. Well, I mean, we know stats are working because they just did that. If I set the initial points to, let's say, 15, I'm going to be doing basically 15 damage. Important to note that these are like effectively initializing. It's not runtime. Well, you can hook it up that way, but I set it up. There we go. I set it up so that way it just happens once. After this point, it's basically controlled by. Oh. Well, yeah, stats are working fine. We still need to test out. I really am tired, so I'm gonna test it out tomorrow. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to test. I am beat. That's it. So that was the broker. That was the broker visitor pattern. Tomorrow I'll finalize okay, so as I said, today was basically putting it together. Tomorrow is going to be testing it, debugging it out, and just trying to find where it breaks. Then moving forward. But as we see the basic stuff, so the most impressive thing isn't even just that the stats are working, it's that we got it hooked in with our addressable system that we made a few days ago. Where is it? So again, the benefit of the broker, so you'll see like there's this casting all stuff, right? These are my helper scripts, but this is my casting for this. And effectively what we're doing is we're just checking against each one of the types and then going to return back out the type that I want from it. But the thing is that I don't want to have to do this every single time that we're calling to the broker. So what we have over here in the broker itself is the cached values. So once we get the value once, we just cache the value in. So we only ever have to get back to that calculation if we change something in the notes for that pattern, for that message. Anyway, I'm super tired. I'm going to call it there. Have a great night.